Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2026 USA Powerlifting Collegiate National Championship. We are very excited to bring to you guys the day two. We had a successful three sessions yesterday, and we are just now ready to get the bars loaded here for all four platforms. We are featuring the 65 and 70 kilo women's divisions today.
And this session will be all raw lifters as well, across all four platforms and all of the flights.
Again, one of the interesting things about this session and having a multi-platform meet is that these competitors are competing against other lifters across platforms. So it's going to be a very daunting task for a lot of the coaching staff and lifters in battling out for those positions. I mean, these classes are deep and stacked.
Yeah, there's a reason we only could fit 2 weight classes in this session, and it's because there's so many athletes in both of these weight classes that are incredibly stacked, and you're going to see some real battles with those top groups as we work into this flights later in the day. But there's definitely some underdog contenders that can pull up from from the early morning groups into the second flight and compete with the top seeded athletes.
And again, ladies and gentlemen, so the breakdown for how it was decided each athlete to be assigned at each platform. So you need a qualifying total to compete at Collegiate Nationals, and that qualifying total was used to base the seeding for these platforms. So if you got nominated with a higher qualifying total, you got placed into a platform with other athletes with similar qualifying totals. That way you can compete with people that are likely going to be around the same level of contention for this championship. These classes ran so deep and run so deep that, in fact, over the past couple years, USA Powerlifting has actually broken up these weight classes. Formerly, it was the 60, 67, 67.5, and 70 kilo weight class, 75 kilo weight classes. But then they actually became the 60, 65, 70, and 75 kilo weight classes, breaking them up even further, just to provide a bit more disbursement of these groupings.
Yeah, and I expect this 65 kilo group specifically to maybe be even a little bit more competitive than last year at Nationals, because last year was that first year that they had broken it up. A lot of the athletes who were in that 67.5 category probably went into the 70 kilo category last year and maybe thought, let me cut down a class for this year. So I expect that to be quite the battle.
And vice versa. We probably have had a few 60 kilo athletes who have formerly competed in that weight class also go up and try to see how they fare with the 65 kilo weight class.
Yeah, especially after we saw that incredible battle between all those top athletes in that 60 kilo class yesterday. Seeing a lot of successful lifts so far on platform 1 and 2. First couple athletes up have all made their openers by majority decision at the minimum.
And the standard here is at least 2 white lights are required for a good lift. What judges are looking for in the squat is for that hip crease to go below the top surface of the knee. That is the main standard for judging. And we have 2 commands. We have the squat command and the rack command. So lifters have to wait at the top both before and after they squat.
And already right off the bat, we're seeing some lifters from some of these top teams. They did finally update the team rankings last night. You can follow along for the team rankings on scoring.usapowerlifting.com. They should be updating that shortly after the conclusion of every session. It takes a little bit. They have to verify all the results and then upload everything. So it's not immediate, but it'll get there eventually. But last night they did update it. It is updated as all through all of day 1 and the teams, and you definitely have already seen lifters from some of those top 10 teams, and that top 10, that's only day 1, so there's a lot of lifting left to go, and a lot of teams maybe didn't have some people on the day 1 weight classes, and they'll have more later in the weekend, so expect to see some shifts in those rankings throughout the weekends, but of course it is nice to have an early lead.
And if you do want to follow along with the action, go ahead and go and visit liftingcast.com/meets. Go ahead and scroll down and click on 2026 USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals Day 2, and you'll be able to follow along the scoring, the forecasted placements, and see all the data that we see here on our screens. Again, all 4 platforms are running independently, so we are just about halfway done through our opening attempts on platform 4. Island with a very fast opening squat, 130 kilos of platform 2. Two to one, good lift for platform 2.
Just with that center ref giving a red card for depth, it's going to probably be the most common red card you'll see in this session, or the most session red light reason you'll see in this session, just because it can be a little bit hard to make sure we hit that depth, especially since you have to get all the judges to agree.
That is 3 white lights on platform 4. And we're going to start seeing a variety of rack height and upright configurations for some of these lifters. And a lot of these lifters are competing in that same weight class, so they do weigh the same, but the technique, the overall style in which these lifters squat is going to look entirely different. Sometimes our lifters elect for the uprights of the squat rack to be pushed inward, and that allows them to have a smoother walkout, sometimes avoiding the plates striking the racks, or for our heavier weight lifters, which we'll see on days 3 and 4, sometimes they'll grip outside of the uprights, so they move the rack heights in. That way they can get a better grip on the barbell.
Caitlin on 2 moves it well. I think that's going to be, yes, it is high from 2 to 1 judges. So unfortunately, it's a no lift. She moves it well. She should be able to just take that a little bit lower.
Madison Green gets the squat command with 5 seconds on the clock, and 2 to 1, good lift.
And you know, right off the bat, we talked about how deep these groups are. We're in the first flight still, just starting off with our openers, and we already have athletes on platform 2 and 3 that are above or near that 300-pound mark. Good opener there for Talissa, platform 2, 3 white lights.
Very nice close stance squat there by Alexis, platform 4.
Yeah, you can tell she had a lot of power left at the top of that squat. She hit the top and it kind of bounces on her shoulders just because she has so much push through the top. So she should expect to be successful moving up in weight. Platform 1, Lindsay got a little slow there on the opener. Oh, and the depth pull as well. I think she'll just have to take it out there and just maybe brace a little bit better, go a little bit lower so we can get a more consistent lift at a better depth.
Emil on platform 4, 122.5. Elena, 142.5, already pushing past that 300-pound mark, and 314 pounds moves with ease. 2 to 1, a good lift on 3. We're moving right along on platform 4 into our second round of attempts for squats. We have Miss Bales from WashU University in St. Louis, retaking 90 kilos, 198 pounds.
So athletes do get 3 attempts, and they will get to keep the best one that they make. They need to make one, otherwise they get to continue with the competition, but they do not get to record a score.
And that's what was significantly deeper on platform 4. 3 white lights is issued to her.
Everybody should be good and set up to go, though, because these openers are a lot of times athletes can do them multiple reps in one set, so there's no sweat for these athletes. They can just go out there and knock them out any day. So we hope to see nearly everybody has made their opener already in these first group of flights, and we hope that trend kind of continues throughout the day. A little bit of a cleaner session than some of them yesterday, but
Rain Smyers, platform 4 out of Milwaukee. 3 white lights.
that's a good opener there for Amy. So she had a really nice pop out of that bottom position there, really nice and fast on the way up.
Let's see what the referees say for Zoe's squat here. 2-1, a good lift. We're seeing a very large, overwhelming amount of good lifts for the opener, which is a good thing. But let's talk about how important it's going to be for every single lifter to make every single attempt with a weight class and the division this stacked. I mean, it really, we saw it yesterday. It comes down to the final pulls, and the spread between the podium can be just a few kilos. So a missed attempt can really set you back a few placements.
Yeah, with the class both of these classes being as stacked as they are, you're going to see kind of 2 main strategies from the athletes, and one is going to be to ball out a little bit and go for big jumps, big attempts, and that's a high risk, high reward situation because it could get them a lead, or it could get them, if they miss a second or a third attempt after making the opener and making a big jump, they could kind of be behind from the get-go. Versus another strategy is you're going to see some of the athletes are going to play it safer, especially on these earlier lifts, the squat, the bench. They might take a 5-kilo jump or a 7.5-kilo jump just to make sure they know they can get it, they know they can get it good, and then so that they don't tire themselves out for later, because the powerlifting competitions take a long time. We're going to be here for 4 hours, so these athletes have to be warming up or competing or waiting to compete in the zone the whole time, and it can be hard. And we talk about like making lifts and how much just 5 kilos or 2.5 kilos can matter at the end of the day. These platforms have so many people in them, and they're so close that some of the top teams have athletes in these sessions but have elected not to nominate their athletes onto the team scoring roster just because this session is so close. It could be a hit or miss for some of the athletes in the sense of if they miss a lift, they might drop down several spots in the rankings, and if you drop out of that top 10, that loses a lot of points for your team.
When we think about powerlifting, we don't think of 30 kilos to be all that much, but just looking at the forecasted placings all the way through second, all the way down to about 11th, we have about a 30 kilo spread between all those girls, with a lot of them being just 2 to 5 kilo increases between each other. So that's just a huge spread that can really be determined by 1 or 2 attempts. And that's specific to the 65 kilo weight class. And then as we move over to the 70 kilo forecasted placements, we see the same thing with the second place all the way going down to 7th or 10th place, just being spread out by about a 30 kilo margin or so.
Yeah, and if you think about it, a 30 kilo margin is a lot, but if some lifters start missing lifts, that can take 10 kilos off what their projected total would have been. If you take a 10 kilo jump and a 10 kilo jump and you split that difference, if you miss your third, you're down that, and that's gives your competitors a big advantage.
We got 7.5 kilo jumps on platforms 3 and 4, 10 kilo jump on platform 2.
And that was real steady for Rachel. Nice job there to get 3 white lights for her. Both platforms 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4, are on the second attempts. So these should be a little bit harder for the athletes, but they should still more often than not expect to make their second attempts. These are still lifts that they've hit a couple times in practice, maybe not necessarily in as many sets with higher reps, but they've definitely hit them multiple times and they know they can do them. That was nice from Hannah as well on one.
Tough fight there, platform 4, but for Taylor, 3 white lights. Two to 1 on 3, and 2 to 1 on platform 2.
Yeah, and you see Nevaeh Osterbauer on platform 1 is going to squat with the nice high bar position. Just a difference in technique for the athlete. Did well, a little bit slow on the way up, but it was steady and it didn't stop or waver at all, so she earned herself 3 white lights for that.
And when we talk about the different techniques used, we typically use the 2 positions on the bar in the back. We have that high bar position, which will put the lifter in a more upright position, utilize more of the quads, versus a low bar position here in Madison Green. She has a very nice low bar with 127.5.
Yeah, and with that low bar position on 4, it's a little bit interesting because a lot of times often athletes who use that low of a low bar position will usually also kind of have a closer stance, getting a little bit more of that like French low bar kind of style, but she had more of a normal stance or almost leaning a little bit towards wide, so I like the technique. But lifters don't have to use the same technique as everybody else. They're free to find whatever works for them as long as they can take that and hold the bar steady and under control and hit depth still.
Yeah. A lot of the times as lifters develop and as they work with coaches and see how they progress as a lifter, they're going to find what technique works best for them. Because again, the technique that works for one lifter is not going to be the same technique that works for another. Alexis Camacho, 130 kilos, platform 4.
Got a nice 15-kilo jump on platform 2. So it's one of those athletes that you're saying is taking a little bit of a bigger jump. She wants to get as many kilos as she can on her total early. If she feels confident in the squat, the opener felt good, go for it. High risk, high reward for Micah, and she gets 3 white lights. Good lift.
3 white lights, platform 4. Unfortunately, a no lift on platform 3. So we saw Catherine Hall in our opener. She did get 1 red on the side for depth. So let's see how she makes that adjustment to see if she gets a little deeper or if that 10-kilo jump is going to do any difference. We saw the spotters adjusting the uprights. She requested for them to be in. And the same case here for Lizzie Welch. She got 1 red card from the side referee. And again, that same side referee called her on depth, but she still gets a good lift, and that's a good lift as well, platform 4.
Rhea, Mr. Opener, really struggled to pick up the bar in the walkout. Moves it fast.
See what the referees call her on depth.
Yeah. She convinced 1, so on the next round up, she's just got to convince 1 more. Got to get 2 out of 3. I think she can. I think she just has to focus on having a good walkout and really locking in before the squat in order to set herself up in the best position. I think she kind of hit the rack a couple times. She had picked it up and put it back down, so maybe a little bit of a panic or struggle there, which is very understandable at nationals because this is a high-pressure situation for every athlete competing today.
Lindsay on platform 1 retaking her opening weight.
And rewarded well for that effort. 3 white lights for her. She's safe and in the competition, and now she gets to pick what she wants to do for her third.
And Rain Smyers, our first third attempt on platform 4, 3 white lights. Zoe Evans, 5 kilo jump, 107.5.
Alyssa there on 2 with the good lift.
Catherine with a good lift on platform 1. Let's see what the refs say for Zoe. 2-1, a good lift. Not quite sure about the depth on platform 3. Let's see what the refs say. 3 white lights. Good lift.
She was real fast on the way down, so I think I'd advise to go maybe a little bit slower, more controlled in the next one. Also making sure we are not leaving that depth up to question at all.
A smooth 7.5 kilo jump here for Allison. And what a grind, platform 4. Allison gets that rack command. And referees say 3 white lights.
Good way to start out the day, making that third squat. Glad to see several athletes doing that over on platform 4. Good lift on platform 2. It's always good to see athletes make lifts because I think missing lifts can sometimes be contagious. Person before you goes, they get a depth call, you start to think, oh no, the judges are being kind of picky, or these groups, a tighter group of lifting, and then you're like, maybe I have to go a little bit extra lower, you can get yourself stuck, or you can just kind of make yourself a little bit too tight as you go out there. So you really want to make sure that, one, don't watch too many of the lifters before you because you're not worried about them, especially early in the competition. You got to be worried about yourself and just adding kilos to your subtotal, but you also don't want to get in your head.
Yeah, really good point there. You don't want to get in your head because again, these flights are seated close to each other. So a lot of these ladies are taking weights kind of back to back to back, really going up 2.5 kilos, 5 kilos on top of each other. So you really don't want to second guess yourself if you see the lifter before you make their attempt and now you're thinking, well, I have to make this now. Kennedy, 115, gets that rack command and 3 white lights. So again, we talk about consistency and setting yourself up and starting off going 3 for 3 on the squatting event builds incredible momentum as you go into the bench press event. I mean, your confidence is high, and again, no missed attempts is a good thing as it helps build the total. And we see here, Haley on platform 4 missed her second attempt with the 112.5, but has elected to go up an additional 5 kilos, try to pick up an additional ground. Seems to be a wise decision, as our refs say, 3 white lights.
Yeah, sometimes as a lifter, you get a technical call and you want to repeat the lift just to get it in, but if you get a technical call on something that was really, really easy, I think it's safe to say I can make that a little bit better and still add 5 kilos. So it really just is how it moved when you had a bad lift.
Again, a lot of the times it comes down to whether it's something an athlete can easily fix, something like, oh, I just need to get a little bit deeper, but it was easy, or if it's something where, hey, let's stay the same weight because that lift is pretty hard. So again, that's a conversation that the athlete and the coach have to in the right here in the scoring table right before they submit their attempt.
Yeah, and that decision a lot of times is kind of also made ahead of time. If this is hard, we're going to jump to this. If this is easy, we're going to jump to this. A lot of athletes and coaches, they have cards on lanyards back there with their attempts pre-selected of what their plan is for the day. Some athletes come in and just do it by feel for the whole day, but usually, like we said, you pick that opener based on what you can do multiple times, and then from there you know what you're looking to hit at the end of the day. Whether you can get that or not is a variable depending on sleep, travel, how everything is going, how much weight you had to cut, but there's always a plan in place. You just have to put it to work and get to the end result. Emily on 2. Fought real well, but just couldn't quite get past that middle sticking point. Caroline on 1, really going to go for it. She had our highest opener in that first flight. She missed it, but she wanted to stay at the end of that flight, so she's going 145, added 10 kilos on. We'll see what she can do with this.
So again, it's one of those conversations you have to have with your coaching staff. I mean, these flights are stacked, so staying the same weight might not do you any good, right? So going up that additional 10 kilos might be in your favor if she believes that she can make the adjustment and go a little bit deeper this time around. So Caroline Lacey, platform 1.
And that would definitely, I think, was lower than the last time. So she did a good job to make that technical correction, earned herself 3 white lights, come back. She added 10 extra kilos onto her total of what it would have been. So she definitely has some room for the third.
Now we're down to our last 2 lifters on platform 4 before we move over onto flight B of this session. Madison Green, 135 kilos, just shy of a 300-pound squat. Jeslyn going over just under, going up 5 kilos after missing that squat attempt, missed it on depth. You got called 1 red light on the opening squat, was a good lift, 2 red lights on the second attempt, a no lift, but still has gone up 5 kilos. So let's see how she handles Jeslyn, as she's had a bit of a depth issue today. Kind of on the line. Let's see what the referees say. Platform 3. And that's going to be a no lift, unfortunately.
She does record that opener for the day. She's in the competition. She'll see if she can make a comeback on bench or deadlift to add some of those kilos back to her total that she missed on squat.
But talking about recording an opener, platform 2, Rhea needs this lift in order to register a total and score points for her university. Coming out of Missouri Valley College, she needs this lift, not just to secure a weight, but to score valuable points for her team. I mean, she missed it on the technicality in the opener, missed it on depth 2-1 on the second. Let's see how she handles the same weight for her third. That looked a lot deeper.
3 white lights for her. It moved a lot faster than the second time she tried it too, so did well to make the technical corrections and the just strength mind connection to make that look better than it did on the other 2 attempts.
Alexis Camacho, 7.5 kilos, 137.5. Can she break into the 300-pound mark? What a great attempt here. Platform 4, Alexis. What a grind. Referees say 3 white lights.
Yeah, and she knew it too when she was putting it down.
Big
Monnery
smiles here.
To platform 3 knew it as well. Saw Caitlin on 2. She got it up. She had a little bit of a forward lean at the bottom, so she did good to maintain that balance and be able to hold her position in order to get that squat all the way up and good. Sydney on 1, unfortunately, with the miss there.
3 white lights, platform 4. We're already getting started with our second attempt, or second flight squats on 4. What a sticking point on platform 3 for Annabelle, 145 kilos. Referees 2-1, good lift. That'll be a no lift for platform 2. Kathleen McKenna from Pitt gets 3 white lights, spotted by the Pitt powerlifting crew, platform 4.
Yeah, a lot of collegiate teams will send some of their best spotters and loaders to work here at Collegiate Nationals, especially some of those athletes will be lifting too, but those athletes will come and work and kind of represent their team and help out with the event. Maybe they'll handle an athlete or for a session or two as they switch out from squatting and loading, but they're here all weekend working hard. And the miss for Nevaeh on platform 1, got caught at that middle zone.
That'll be 2-1 no lift on platform 3 for depth.
Platform 4 should be good though. Nice opener there. Missing on depth on platform 2. She thought she had it when she walked away, but judges said no.
Two similar situations, platforms 1 and 3. Missed the second, went up 5 kilos. Platform 1, let's see what the referees say.
I think she kind of missed the rack command there as well as the depth call, yeah.
Ella on platform 3.
Good fight through that middle.
Has 3 white lights for a lifter out of the Air Force Academy. Big jump on platform 2 from second to third attempt. The 17.5 kilo jump got called on depth there, but what a big jump there we just saw.
Yeah, and that was a good fight for that too, because moves real slow. You can easily lose those when they're moving that slow.
A very shaky opener for Abigail on platform 4. She gets 3 white lights, but just kind of wondering how much more she's going to go from there.
Talissa on 2, matching that 5 kilo jump. Small waiver in the middle, but does good to keep it going without any movement too far up or down. And rewarded, 2 white lights, good lift.
That was a small PR for Talissa as well. Her best coming into the meet was 145 kilos.
Quite a fight on platform 1. Really struggled with that, but she got it up and she got a good lift 2-1 for Lindsay.
Mally Del Orco up next, 155, platform 3. Very good attempt for Mally.
And a fast opener for Courtney as well. I don't know what the tech call there was, but one referee also said depth, so maybe a couple different things with that, but she should be able to tidy it up because it moved well.
Again, with the loud environment, oftentimes, and actually our referees are wearing speakers and microphones so that way our athletes can hear them better. Because, I mean, if you just give them the commands yourself, it's so loud in here, you oftentimes miss it.
Yeah, these athletes, it's so loud, they'll go back and they have to fill out attempt cards. I was working the score table yesterday and several athletes come up and they try to tell you what they want verbally and you have to make them write it down because it's so loud you simply can't hear them.
Milena, platform 3, we're waiting on those referee lights, but that is a 3 white lights, good lift.
Good fight on platform 2. We'll see what they say about that bottom position. No, too high, 2-1.
deep squat for Gabrielle, platform 3. She's very excited as she jumps away off the platform.
Deservedly so. Making that third, got all her squats in for the day.
Good lift for Trinity. Platform 3. Platform 2, apologize.
All these openers over on platform 4, they've all been making them look like nothing. So good to see that trend kind of over there.
And let's see if the gamble here with Taylor paid off. She went up 10 kilos from that opening attempt miss. Let's see what the refs say on this squat. And she does get 3 white lights, so she picks up an additional 7.5 kilos.
We did move into that second flight of lifters on platform 2. This second flight of lifters does include our top seeded athletes for the 70 kilo weight class.
Samara, platform 2 out of UCLA. Alexis on 1, trying to pick up an additional 2.5 kilos, trying to cover a little bit of ground. We got a final third attempt squat. Maria Nguyen out of LSU. And it looks like that home team advantage is working here for Maria. She gets 3 white lights on her platform.
And over on platform 3, openers above that 300-pound mark.
Mea Quiñones needs this lift, platform 1. Went up 2.5 kilos despite missing her previous 2 attempts. And yeah, that looked a bit high from the live stream angle, but unfortunately she has bombed out and will not be able to post a total or score points for her team. An unfortunate side, but I think that's just one of the things that happens sometimes for some athletes when you just don't train to the standard or can't make the adjustments here on meet day, especially at the national stage.
What a fight on 1. Wavers kind of side to side, but not up and down. Yep, and 3 white lights. Yeah, on platform 2 there, I think we missed the squat command.
Tough second for Esther on platform 4, but she gets it 3 white lights.
Last 2 third attempts for the first flight on platform 1. Steady walk out for Amy. And that looks like nice squat right there. Yes.
And what an interesting feeling it might be for Kathleen on platform 4 to be spotted and loaded by your own teammates at a pit. Let's see what the refs call her on that lift. 3 white lights.
Couple opener misses on platform 2, back-to-back, so hopefully we can break that trend here with Brianna. She's going to take 150 as an opener.
Two to 1 and no lift, platform 3. Abigail Morris, 115 kilos. Can she get it up? And she does. Second attempt there. Let's see what the refs call her on that lift.
Good. That was nice on platform 1.
2 to 1. Good lift on 4. And as we move deeper into the opening attempts of platform 3, our likely winner from this division is likely going to come out of this flight, as this is the highest seeded flight, with the nominated totals being the highest out of all these lifters. So as we close out the opening attempts, we'll get a picture of what these ladies have in store for today.
Move into that second flight there. Good opener there for Riley. 3 white lights.
Aaron Brennan, platform 3, coming to us out of the University of Tennessee. Courtney Bedford going up 5 kilos on platform 4 after missing her opening attempt on a technicality. Let's see if she can make that adjustment and pick up an additional 5 kilos. Briley, platform 2, coming out of McKendree University.
Yeah, McKendree got 3rd last year as a raw team, so for the women. So they are looking to try and defend some of that placement. They want to walk out of here with a team banner at the end of the weekend if they can. They did graduate some seniors, I believe, that were a critical part of that team scoring. But of course, you also bring in new people every year. So just a matter of whether that difference can be maintained or not.
And that's one of the difficult things about some of the college programs and being able to maintain sort of dynasty, so to speak, winning back-to-back years, because you do have lifters graduating and not being able to compete for their programs anymore. And these universities have to make pretty aggressive recruitment efforts to try to get athletes that are newcomers into the sport and try to develop them into becoming national champions. I mean, we see time and time again, a lot of these programs develop athletes from being in the bottom seeds of the flight their freshman years, but then moving on into being top contenders as they transition into sophomore, junior, and even senior years.
Yeah, and what program you go to definitely can make a difference, but a lot of these athletes competing for some of these big dog teams, when they toured or visited schools, they probably visited a couple of the teams that are competing here and talked with them about competing at the collegiate level as it grows across the United States. So if they talk for different teams, they can have different results based on where they go, depending on how you respond to coaching styles and how the team environment is at any given school.
One of the things that always fascinated me about these more developed programs like McKendree, UTSA, Midland University is sort of the depth of each of their roster. Not only do they have the nominated teams that they have here, but they also have what you would call in other sports, they're sort of reservists, right? People that are not necessarily nominated to score points for the team, but are still competing for the university. So people that may get potentially subbed out due to injury or not having or posting a qualifying total or nominated total. I mean, those are just kind of goes to show the depth some of these schools bring in their rosters. Anneli Ochoa retaking 125 kilos on platform 4. Abby with an opening attempt of 155. That's a good lift.
Very incredibly fast for Madison. 3 white lights on platform 2. Miss on platform 3 for Haley.
Lauren Masters, 3 white lights, platform 4. Look at Julissa just hawking down and eyeing down that bar, 177.5 kilos. You're getting real close to that 400-pound mark on platform 2. And these are just the opening attempts. Fast opener on 2.
On 4, definitely took that lower than last time. Still too high though.
Fast opener, Sarah Adams, platform 3 out of Davenport, 165, 3 white lights.
And Madison Lewis on platform 2, opening with 200 kilos.
Just insane opener. Wow.
And that's a good choice for an opener too.
Yeah. Off of the forecasted total alone, she's forecasted with a 505 kilo total.
Which off of openers is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, she has a substantial lead by over 50 kilos off of Madison Garcia with the forecasted second place total, 445. We're hearing it get very loud for Alyssa Corsiani 142.5 kilos, 314 pounds. Again, all eyes are going to be on Midland University to see how they perform this championship. They did sweep all 4 divisions last year. Let's see how well they can hold that up today. And over the course of this weekend, Alyssa, 142.5. Just kind of lost it a bit at getting out of the hole. That'll be a no live. Let's see. Hopefully it's a technical adjustment or something that can be easily fixed.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we just didn't brace as well as she could have on that squat there. Sometimes when your opener is really easy and you come back out to take your second, you forget that powerlifting can be hard and you have to kind of respect the weight that's on the bar. So she should be able to take that again.
Carrington Noble, 117.5 kilos. Does she get it this time around? And she does, 3 white lights.
Fight on platform 2. Talia, they say, good lift, 3 white lights.
Isabella, platform 3, taking a 10-kilo jump, 150 kilos. Kathleen with a grind on platform 4, 117.5. And that is a good lift on 4. Carrie taking a 10-kilo jump despite missing her opening attempt on a technicality. Let's see how she handles 150 kilos. She might have cut it a little bit high. Let's see what the referees say. And she gets a 2-to-1, a good lift. That center referee did believe she cut it high, but she does get a good lift. Margaret Gorman successful in picking up an additional 2.5. And Jennifer on 3 looking to take a 10-kilo jump despite missing that opening attempt on soft knees and a red card on depth. Look to be a bit deeper. Let's see what the referees say on her knees. It's a 2-to-1, a good lift.
Good on 2 as well. Nicely done in the pressure situation after missing that opener. Riley Vance, platform 3. Kilo jump from the opener. Moves very well. Depth call.
Good catch by our spotters on platform 4. Sophie Lim. You got platforms 2 and 3 representing Navy. Let's see how our Naval Academy athletes do. That's good lift on platform 3, 160 kilos. Oh, unfortunately, a no lift, 2-1. Referees got called her on depth.
Hip shift on platform 4 for Courtney. Has to fight through that, but it's a good job to keep it moving upwards. 3 white lights for that.
Lizette Garza, 10 kilo jump out of UTSA. And Lauren Masters with the 5 kilo jump on platform 4. Good lift, platform 2, 3 white lights. Unfortunately, call on depth for platform 1, no lift.
Bars loaded for Briley on platform 2. You see she elects to have 1 rack out and 1 rack in. That's likely a personal preference due to the foot she steps with first. Having the racks in can sometimes make the rack a little bit less stable, so having 1 out can help stabilize that rack a little bit, but if she steps with a certain foot first and sways that direction, she might want that one side in just so she doesn't hit it.
Oh. Bar sort of kind of lost balance at the top. So yeah, unfortunately that was before the rack command, so that'll be a no lift.
Fight on 1, but not today for Jaslyn on that. She's in a tough situation now because she's missed her first 2 squats, so she's really gonna have to work for the 3rd one to try and stay in the meet.
Haley, on the other hand, platform 3, had a missed opening attempt, went up 5 kilos anyways, and our referees say she gets 2-1, a good lift, gets a consistent blue card there, so potentially she's getting soft knees there. She got it on the flip-flop side for opening and 2nd attempt. Now Alyssa needs this lift on platform 4. Went up 5 kilos after missing the opener, is stuck at 135 kilos. So let's hope she gets this lift, able to post a total. Just unfortunately a little too much for her on the day. She did appear to get depth this time around, but that'll be a no lift, so an unfortunate sight there.
And the reason that depth is a rule is because hitting depth makes the lift harder. So if you cheat it and go high, it makes that lift easier. So sometimes you might cheat it and go high and make the lift look easy on 1 and 2, but if you don't get the depth and you have to go to the lower on the 3rd one, it makes that lift so much harder. Also because you've already tried to do it twice and you're fatigued.
And again, depth is that objective standard that all powerlifters have to hit. That hip crease has to go below the top surface of the knee. Let's see what they call Anali Ochoa on platform 4. They looked about to be on the line. So yeah, 3 red lights there for depth. Just kind of a little bit high for that 3rd attempt. And this will be our final squat on platform 4 for Natalie, 145 kilos until we close out that platform for the bench press. Sabina, 10 kilo jump, platform 3.
Platform 1 starting to get a little bit messy. Our last 5 athletes have missed their second attempt. Maggie gonna hope to change that here with 130. That moves well.
Let's see how Natalie handles 145, our final lift of this platform for the squats. Very smooth attempt, and she gives that nod of approval. She knows she's got that. Let's see what the refs say. They agree, 3 white lights. We got 400 pounds now on platform 2. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of the squatting on platform 4. So we will take a 10-minute intermission while our spotting loading crew takes a break there on that platform, but we will continue squatting on platform 3. We are finishing out our second round of squats. Olivia will take our last second, and then we'll transition over to the third round before we close out this platform.
Madison Lewis jumping 5 kilos after how her opener moved. I'd safe to say she could have went more. This 205, I believe, matches her competition personal best, and if I'm not mistaken, is also a collegiate national record attempt.
So we're starting to hear the horns and bells on platform 3. Alyssa needs this lift to score some valuable points and move up in the rankings in the 65 women's raw division. Missed her opening attempt, or second attempt, I apologize. Looked like she lost a bit of tightness at the bottom in the hole, so let's see if she can make that adjustment for the third.
Good lift there, platform 2. And that's the new American record as well. She had hit that in a competition before, but for collegiate American records, you have to hit them at competitions that are basically national level collegiate competitions, so you can't just hit them at any local or regional level meet kind of. So sometimes that record, you maybe hit it in a meet, but you have to take it onto that national stage, which is just a little bit harder.
Now let's see what the referees call Alyssa on her depth. She got it this time. Yeah, that would be a no lift. Technical call on the front and then depth call on the side. So
and she knows that walking away too. She herself is a national level referee, I believe. She was working yesterday, so props to her.
And again, on the forecasted placings, that drops her down into 16th place. So she's one of the athletes that can potentially has the opportunity to crack within the top 10. But again, consistency is the key here, and we're going to talk about it all throughout today as we move into the bench press and close out some of these last few platforms that are still squatting. Two to one, platform 3.
What a fight on platform 2. Slow all the way up to the top. But Marianne gets herself 3 white lights. She'll be very happy with that.
Isabella, 150 kilos, looking to retake it, try to go a little bit deeper this time. Let's see if Bella can get this happen. That is a good lift there for Isabella. Did the referees like that depth? And they do, 3 white lights. Well done there.
Riley Bentz up next on platform 3. Moved well last time. Can we take it just a little bit lower?
But again, just like Isabella got a 2-1 and no lift. But here, Riley, all 3 referees believe she did not squat low enough. So again, just needs to make a very, very clear adjustment that she can go deeper and smoke this weight.
Coming back to beat some personal battle scars from 2024. Riley Bentz, 157.5. See,
2-1 and no lift. So a little bit deeper this time, but just not enough to convince at least 2 referees. We got Tessa up next, looking to take the same weight, 157.5.
Brianna on 2, just went up 2.5 kilos, trying to secure every possible kilo she can. My guess is maybe that 157.5 was a little bit hard, so we're just trying to get anything more than that. That is the minimum increase.
Great catch by our spotters and loaders platform too.
And not much off the total there, since it was only that 2.5 kilo jump, but well worth trying because it can make a difference at the end of the day, having an extra 2.5 kilos.
We got Guinevere up next. Platform 3, taking a 2.5 kilo jump after missing that second attempt on depth. Look deeper this time around, just not enough in her today. Great catch by the spotters and loaders. She does walk away with 152.5, and she is still sitting forecasted in the top 10. Jennifer Perez, 165, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Took a 10 kilo jump after missing that opening attempt. Looking to pick up significant ground here. Again, maybe just one of those lifters that is used to taking very big jumps. 10 kilos from first to second, and then 12.5 from second to third. We see that aggression she comes into the bar with. She wants this lift. Representing Texas State University.
Does a nice job of kind of feeling out the bar before she picks it up, making sure it's steady on her back. Struggling a little bit on the walkout, but
taking her time, settling with it, gets that squat command.
Up, fight.
Just a little too much for her. Was able to fight all the way up to the sticking point, but kind of lost it at the midway.
All right, big time here for Emma on platform 1. She needs this 122.5.
Looks like Carrie might have cut it a little bit high on that. And our refs for Emma say, fortunately, a no lift, 2-1.
Yeah, and those side judges do have that best angle at the depth, so they have the clearest position to say yes or no. Center judge sometimes has to go a little bit with the benefit of the doubt because they have a tough angle to see that hip crease from, but
unfortunately, no lift as well on platform 3 for Coy Watson. Took a gamble trying to pick up an additional 7.5 kilos, but it was just a little bit too much for her on the day. You kind of talk about some of the choices these athletes and coaching staffs might make, missing that second attempt on a technicality or most commonly on depth, and then trying to go up and seeing if you can sink it a little bit deeper, but then missing it on strength. So again, it's one of those gambles that might not work in your favor this time around, but again, with a competition this deep and this stacked, sometimes you have to take those measures if you want to score as high of a placings, but it can set you back further down if you do end up missing. Nice grind for Aaron Brennan. Platform 3, 170 kilos. Unfortunately, a unanimous 3 red lights for depth. Referees did not believe she squatted low enough. So this third round of squats is looking very tough for our platform 3 lifters. And again, this platform is, the second flight for this platform is our height seated lifters. So again, it just kind of goes to show how competitive this weight class is, the 65 women's raw division. Very important lift on platform 1. Jaslyn needs this in order to stay in the meet, retaking her opener for the 3rd time in a row.
Elena, platform 2, 165, 10 kilo jump.
A great catch for our spotters on 3. And what did the referee say on 2?
I think it's high. 3 white lights for her.
That looked a lot better on platform 1. Two to 1, a good lift. And I believe she got yellow cards on that second attempt, so it might have just been a technicality and then got a depth call on the opening attempt. So
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think she missed the command on the attempt before.
Haley Clayton, 175, a 10 kilo jump.
She thinks it's good. The referees agree.
All smiles here on platform 3 for Haley, and oh, unfortunately, a no lift. 3 red lights. Again, it's not looking good at all for these ladies on platform 3. Last round of squats, very competitive and tightly packed flight. 177.5, retaking weight for Olivia Leal.
Good lift for Marla on 2. Had to fight a little bit to get it up. Did a good job of holding her knees out instead of letting them cave in, which can kind of crush you a little bit underneath the bar.
Great catch from our spotters, platform 3, and we got our first bench press attempt on platform 4 for Taylor Burkett, 47.5 kilos, easy opening weight for her. Huge grind on platform 2, who our refs like the depth.
2 to 1, they do, yes.
Kennedy Rowe, opening bench press attempt of 55 kilos. Abby, 180 kilos. Just shy of a 400-pound bench, 2 to 1. A good lift, can't get any closer than that.
Up to the 400 mark on platform 2 for Madison. Here her teammates rallying behind her.
Very important lift on platform 2 for some team scoring placements. Again, these weight classes are tightly packed, so she needs these 5 kilos. Unfortunately, missed there for Madison.
Jasmine on platform 2, also gonna take that 182.5 mark.
Nice grind on 3 for Sabina. 180 kilos, referee say 3 white lights.
She centers the bar before she picks it up. good awareness of the situation.
For a second, it looked like it was going to come back up, but unfortunately, just a little too much for her on the day. And now we got our final squat on platform 3. Sarah Adams, 182.5, our only lifter in this weight class to go over 400 pounds. So if she gets this, that'll set her up in a really, really good position to be in striking distance for that gold. Again, she's currently forecasted in 4th place. Sarah Adams, 402 pounds. Handles that very well, probably even had 407. Unfortunately, the referees unanimously call her on depth. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the squatting event for platform 3 lifters. We will take a 10-minute intermission on that platform as our spotters and loaders set up for the bench press event. So we will transition to a full screen view of platform 4.
Whitney shakes her head no, got stuck in that bottom position. See Madison looking to chip that 205, taking 205 and a half. Looking to get that chip advantage for the end of the day. The minimum increase in powerlifting is 2.5 kilos, but if you're attempting a national record, you can take increments of a half kilo, which is what she's doing. So that half kilo means that somebody else has to do at least 2.5 to pass her.
That was easy for Madison Lewis, platform 2.
Lift is good. You gotta wonder what she'll up that record to in the coming meets, because that looked easy.
And again, I think she's very far ahead in the placing. So, I mean, based on the forecast, she's really just competing against herself and whatever records exist out there.
Yeah, and that was our last squat for platform 2. We're finishing up with some third attempts for squat on platform 1. Platform 2 will start that 10-minute clock as soon as the bench is ready. We have 4 athletes left on platform 1. Gonna have 3 athletes take with this 150. That ought to be a good opener for Allison on platform 4. Two athletes remain for squat on platform 1. We're starting to see, as we get further in this day, we'll get to know how the 70 kilo division will shape out as we move down through the ranks. projected placements for this flight on platform 1 currently range from 49th to 3rd. So we've got a big spread on platform 1. Oh, I'm sorry, that 3rd place is a guest lifter. But looks like about 49th to about 20th then. So these athletes trying to hope to slide into that top 25 to earn a point for their team in the team scoring rankings. Amelie gets the big red on there with 75. And that's a nice opening attempt. She's got room to go up, makes it look easy and consistent. Platform 4, of course, already on these second attempts for bench press now, before platform 1 has even finished their squat. This is our last athlete, though, Cecilia. She will take 155, top lifter in this flight. Gets the command. And just gets stuck right at that sticking point a little bit in the middle. I think she had the depth at the bottom, would have been good if she had gotten it up, but not quite there today. We have Rame on platform 4, taking that minimum increase of 2.5. You'll see that more on bench than we saw on squat, and you probably won't see it at all on deadlift unless somebody's pulling to break a tie in placement at the end of the day. But the 2.5 increase on bench is kind of a safe play, especially when you're benching this much, because 2.5 increase is about a 5% increase roughly. So and on platform 1, we're gonna take a quick break from this platform 1 and 2 stream because they're both platforms are on break waiting for bench. Platform 2 has about 6.5 minutes left, and platform 1 will start that 10-minute clock shortly, and then we will bring you back some more excellent powerlifting. And for now, we'll just focus on lifters on platform 4 benching.
Nice, smooth second attempt. Kenzie picking up an additional 2.5 kilos. And bench press is going to be one of the lifts where you're not going to take as big of a jump as you would on squat or squat and deadlift. The bench press utilizes some smaller muscles, your chest, shoulders, and triceps. A lot smaller than your quads, hamstrings, and lower back that go into the squatting and deadlifting. So we're going to see some smaller jumps and more methodical attempt selection here in the bench press, hopefully.
Easy second attempt there.
Green white lights. Now, Ms. Parmar here on platform 4 has elected to go up an additional 5 kilos after missing her opening bench press. Wasn't on a strength miss or anything, just more of a technicality. Not exactly sure what it was on the opening attempt, but there's several different infractions that can go on in the bench press event. Your butt and feet have to remain in contact with the platform and bench at all times during the during the lift, your elbows have to remain locked, and that bar has to be held motionless on the chest in order for you to receive that press command. Oh, and that bar just falls kind of towards her face area. Very thankful that the spotters and warriors were able to catch that bar. But again, a very tough situation to be in, especially this early on, for it to be the bench press event. She'll need to come back and hit her third attempt bench press in order to stay in the meet.
Yeah, you see some athletes have success on squat and deadlift when they miss an opener and go up a little bit sometimes. That's much less common on bench to see because bench is so technical, it can go wrong really quickly. So usually if there's something wrong in the first one, it's harder to fix on bench than on squat or deadlift, just because there's a more fine line of whether you're going to make the lift or not on bench.
Very good lift. Zoe Evans picks up an additional 5 kilos. And we're just getting ready to start out our platform 3 bench press attempts. Taylor Edwards will kick us off 55 kilos loaded on the bar out of Texas here, University of Texas at Austin.
Hallie should add 7.5 kilos to her total with that. 3 white lights. You see Sophia on 3 elects to take her own lift off. Lifters can be advantaged or disadvantaged by the lift off because different handoff people give the handoff differently. So if you choose to give your own lift offs, what you know, the advantage is you know exactly what you're going to get. It's the same every time, and you don't have to rely on somebody. You just depend on yourself, and you can follow your routine and set up exactly as you usually would. No extra additional variables, which, again, as we discussed on bench and how tight and technical it is, can be an important factor. All right, and we are coming back on platforms 1 and 2. We'll see some bench presses there shortly. Platform 1, it looks like we got about 4.5 minutes yet till bench starts there, but platform 2 should be up and running. They're gonna bar is loaded for Ariane in just a moment.
That was a good lift. Platform 4 for Kelly. Now we are moving on to our second attempt. Here, final second attempt for Amelie. 80 kilos on the bar, 176 pounds. That's a great lift. Platform 4, 3 white lights. Monroe, 62.5 on the opener, representing Davenport University.
Clock is running on platform 2.
And lifters have 60 seconds after that bar is called loaded to get that squat or start command from squat or bench respectively, or initiate their deadlift. So they are on a timer that just allows the meets to progress efficiently. But it gives them ample time for them to be able to get on the platform and do their setup. So there's time being called on platform 2.
Yeah, and you see, so she times out there, so the spotters will just load the bar for the next athlete, and that'll be recorded as a no lift.
Again, you can still go up even if you time out. You just won't register an attempt. It's like if you would have missed the attempt in its entirety. So we saw a very, very long pause here for Rain on platform 3, but that was because that bar continuously kept sinking and coming up and down her chest. So that chief referee was waiting for that bar to become motionless on the chest, meaning that bar is not moving in its entirety. And staying here on platform 4, Ms. Janvi needs this lift in order to stay in the meets. Again, coming out of FSU, Florida State University, she needs this for her team. Gets that rack command and looks to be a good lift for refs say 2-1.
Yeah, she saves herself there. She went up 5 kilos and then messed it up again, kind of hitting that rack a little bit with it falling down. I was a little bit nervous, but she came out there, made the strength, and made the bench. Llewellyn is going to take 65, going up 2.5. Jeslyn will take 67.5 as her opener. Platform 2, Marley gets it, and she gets it cleanly, but that was a slow opener, so she'll have to be conservative with her attempt selections or make a technical correction for her next attempt in order to allow herself to make that a little bit easier, perhaps.
Kennedy with one of the first opportunities for all of our lifters to go 3 for 3 or 6 for 6 in the squats and bench press. Hasn't missed any lift thus far, spotted by her own teammates here out of Pitt Powerlifting. Kennedy Rowe, 65 kilos. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much for her on the day.
Nice and clean from Maria on 3.
Lizzie Welch up next, 72.5 kilos. Platform 3.
And you'll see we're getting started again on platform 1.
And now that we have all 4 platforms benching, let's talk about a little bit more about what our referees are particularly looking for when it comes to the bench press events. As our athletes decide to unrack that bar, they can either get a lift off or a handoff from one of our spotters and loaders. That just helps them get that weight up into that starting position. Once our lifters are in that starting position, they must have their elbows fully locked out, their butt in contact with the bench, and their feet completely flat on the platform. They will get a start command from our chief referee, lower that bar to their chest. And the key thing here is they're not just going to bring it down to the chest, they're going to hold it and pause it, keeping the bar motionless on the chest, meaning that bar is not swaying, that bar is not sinking down further deeper into the chest. And a good grind there for Haley on platform 4. That was a really good attempt there, but yeah, like we see in all of our lifts, they hold the bar motionless on the chest, get that press command, and they'll extend those arms back out to full arm extension, and then wait until that chief referee gives them that final rack command, and that'll be the conclusion of the lift.
See, Alexis takes her time, make sure she gets her set up right. Does well to balance herself there. Kind of wanted to almost press out that one arm first, but held herself to keep the two arms together. It can be easy to throw yourself off balance on bench when you kind of go one arm at a time a little bit. Might get to see that on platform 1 from Nevaeh. Nevaeh misses that opener there. Don't quite know if the spotters knew exactly what to do there. That was a very nice opener at 80 for Trinity on platform 2. Trinity is a guest lifter in this session, which means that she had qualified to compete in the 70. She was registered in the 70, and when she weighed in, she did not make weight, which happens. Can be hard to travel and cut at the same time.
Yeah, we talk about all the different variables that go into competing at the national level. And not only do we have to factor in the fact that these athletes have to travel across the country, often from the other side of the country. We're in New Orleans right now. We have lifters from California, New York, Maine, Florida, Oregon. I mean, from all over the country. Even Hawaii is represented here in Collegiate National. So that's one element to it. But then we also have the sleep factor, the cuts, like you mentioned, and just all the different uncontrollable things that go into traveling to a competition of this size.
Just a reminder of how close these weight classes are. There's 6 athletes on platform 1 who chose the same opening weight at 60 kilos. Alexis is the 6th athlete to take that. She is the 6th athlete because she has the highest lot number. Those are determined randomly and basically just break the tie for who lifts first when they pick the same weight. She gets that lift in. Good lift there. Micah on platform 2. She has a really good touch point. It's a little bit lower on her chest. She has a nice arch, so she does a nice job of reducing that range of motion to maximize how much she can bench press. But she did a nice job of touching nice and soft there. and then she's able to bench up at an angle, which allows you to have a little bit more drive in your bench. Easy from Talissa on 2. 3 white lights for her.
Easy bench attempt and opening weight for Carrington Noble. 65 kilos on 4. Gets a 2-to-1 good lift. Three white lights on 4, 2-to-1 on 3. Ariane is trying to cover a little bit of ground here. Platform 2, missing 62.5 and electing to go up an additional 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, you see all 4 platforms right now, the attempts range from 62 to 67.5. So everybody's really close. Ariane on platform 2. Little bobble in the middle. She gets a couple different color cards for that. The blue's going to be for that bobble in the middle with the up and down motion. The yellow, I think maybe she lifted her butt up just a little bit because of that bobble. But it's hard to tell for sure on that.
Very nice and fast close grip bench press by Maya Griffith, platform 4. You see the wide array of bench techniques. Caitlin having also a small, tighter grip here on the barbell. Meanwhile, Maya on platform 1 has that wide, almost max grip bench press with those index fingers on the rings of the bar. That's the maximum allowable grip width.
Easy for Maya. Good to see her make that bench and make it look good. Good fight for Marley. Nice and steady on the way up.
Caroline with a good attempt, 2-to-1. A miss here on platform 3 for Isabella. Meanwhile, a good lift, platform 4. Great grind on platform 2 for Rhea. Does she get it? No, unfortunately, 2-1, a no lift. No, it's a good lift on platform 3.
Priscilla on 2, taking a 10-kilo jump from 65 to 75. It's one of the larger jumps you'll see on bench, especially in this session. Sticking point in the middle, we get through it.
Smooth attempt for Jeslyn. Platform 3, 3 white lights. We got an opening weight retake on platform 1.
Up for Nevaeh. She does it one arm at a time, but it goes up and not down. That's a good lift. It's her specialty.
Now, we talked about it on the squats, but Kathleen, platform 4, representing Pitt Powerlifting and spotted by her Pitt Powerlifting spotting and loading team. Very nice press by Kathleen. 154 pounds, 2-1, a good lift. Potentially some downward motion on platform 2. Let's see what they call Emily on.
Yeah, they're gonna get her on that left side judge and that center judge.
They say, let's go Liberty Flames, as we see here in one of the comments on the live stream. We got our last opening attempt at platform 4 for our second flight. Platform 4 is moving quite fast, ahead of all the other platforms that are still on the flight A.
Sometimes the spotters and loaders have a little bit of a race between the platforms to see who can get their platform moving the fastest. So I don't know if they are today or not, but if they are, platform 4 is winning.
And we do have a shorter flight on flight A for this platform as well. The 65 women's raw division might not be as stacked as the 70s kilos, which are split over on platforms 1 and 2.
There's a couple less athletes in the 65 versus the 70s.
We'll figure out how many lifters are on each registered division for you guys.
The 65 kilo class has 56 lifters registered, and the 70 kilo class has 61 kilo lifters registered. So they're pretty close, separated by a couple lifters, but they take 5 lifters off of a platform. It makes a big difference.
Yeah, so. Absolutely is. Natalie on platform 4, facing up with 57.5 kilos.
Good lift on 2 by majority decision.
Nice lift on 4.
Sadie gets the bar up. You can see her shaking to hold it at the top. They give her 2 white lights for her efforts. She'll probably just take a 2.5 jump to that 3rd. Top couple benchers of the flight with their seconds. 3 athletes remain on platform 2. Up first is Talissa. She's gonna take 87.5. Should be good for Sydney on 1.
Great lift on platform 2.
Moves like an opener. 3 white lights.
A sticky second attempt for Abigail on platform 4. Gets it 3 white lights. We have a retake on platform 3 with Gabrielle taking 70 kilos again for the second time. Missed it on her second attempt. Had some either downward movement or failure to lock out her elbows. Again, our referees are going to be really watching for that on platform 3.
Rachel gets stuck at that center point. She almost had it. Kendra on platform 2, 92.5. That moves very well. She'll be successful with that, and we'll head to the 3rd attempt for that flight. She's from USF, University of South Florida. Last year at Collegiate Nationals, I think their women's team, if I remember correctly, placed just outside of that top 5 for team banners. So I know they'll be looking to amend that this year. Critical moment on platform 2. Ariane needs the 65 to stay in the meet. And she made good work out of that. It was an excellent job to come back. See, she's a little bit emotional as she walks away. You could just, that stress relief. See her up on the screen kind of hugging her coach in the corner and just taking a moment to appreciate her efforts.
Nice second on platform 4 for Margaret. Monroe trying to take an additional 5 kilos with 72.5 on the bar, benching over her body weight.
No lift on platform 2. Good for Caroline, though, on 1. Maya, big 7.5 kilo jump on bench. It's going to be up next on platform 1.
Smooth second on 4 for Angela. Milena trying to pick up an additional 5 kilos.
Maria taking 5 and then 5 more to get her to 77.5. Not quite there today. Amy made good work of that. That was a tough bench for her, but she got it.
Very big grind on 2, but unfortunately just a little too much for her. Let's see if Lizzie Welch can pick up an additional 2.5 kilos. Very fast descent and a smooth press with 80 kilos. I think our referees are going to call that a good lift, and they do. 3 white lights.
Easy work from Madison.
Priscilla just loses it off of the press. And Anna Lee with a really good refined and technical bench with 77.5 kilos. 3 white lights, a good lift. And that was also 3 whites on platform 3.
Ought to be good for Emily on 2. Yes, 3 white lights for her. Good job to come back and redo that, make it look better.
And like that, we are moving on to our 3rd attempt bench presses for the final flight on platform 4. We are moving incredibly fast on this platform thanks to the excellent spotting and loading from Pit Powerlifting, and that's a beautiful 3rd attempt bench press for Brittany. 52.5 kilos, referees say. 3 white lights.
Angelin on 3. She took a 5-kilo jump, and now she's taking a 7.5-kilo jump. So 80 must have flew, felt good. Take a little bit of a bigger jump for that third. See what she can do.
Fortunately, no lift for Natalie in platform 4. We'll see her back on the deadlift. Very critical for lifters like what we just saw on platform 2 to pick up an additional just 2.5 kilos to stack onto your total and go 3 for 3 in the bench press event. One of the things I really like saying is that 2.5 kilos more that you bench is 2.5 kilos less that you have to deadlift. And with a division this stacked and this closely tight with each other, it's really going to come down to the final polls on who decides the winner for this championship.
Haley on 2. Small bobble in the middle. No, unfortunately, side judges saw that up and down.
Lindsay on platform 1, 87.5 kilos. Just a little bit too much for her on the day. As well on platform 4, those will be no lifts. Our last third attempt bench press for the opening flight on platform 3, 87.5 kilos.
Good for Micah on 2. 3 white lights. See Adeline on platform 2. She's going to take 92.5. Over 200 pounds. We have 4 lifters remaining to bench on that platform for this flight. Talissa also taking that 92.5. Gets it. 2-to-1, good lift. She is 6 for 6 so far on the day.
Talk about just building momentum going into deadlift. 6 for 6 is something that truly is a confidence booster and allows you to put on the best possible performance you possibly can.
Yeah, and also making your squats and your benches, not only does it increase your confidence in general, it just means that you're feeling good. You're feeling strong. You're making your planned attempts. So I expect her to deadlift well later.
Angela Sheen, 75 kilos now loaded, trying to pick up 2.5 kilos. And 2.5 kilos from the second to third is about generally what we will see. 2 to 5 kilos is generally that standard for second to third increases on attempts. Again, you're not really trying to chase or push your bench press all that much. You're just trying to stack on those kilos.
Starting to see a couple more misses on the bench. That's just because we're on the third attempts and these are at or near a PR weight for these athletes. Excellent work from Catherine on platform 1. Phenomenal bench press to come back and take that 70 again and make it. All right, on platform 2, we have moved to our second flight. Reminder, our second flight on platform 2 is that top group of 70 kilo women.
And similarly, only over on platform 3, since we are getting underway on our opening bench press attempts, this second flight on platform 3 is going to be that top-seated flight. Meanwhile, we are rounding out the third attempt bench presses on platform 4. We got about 4 ladies left to go before we close out that platform until deadlifts. Big no lift on platform 4, good lift on platform 2. Kathleen McKenna on platform 4 with an opportunity to go 6 for 6 if successful with this bench press. Her second attempt of 75 moved really well. Let's see how she handles a 5 kilo increase. Utilizes that sink motion there, holds it motionless on the chest, and gets 3 white lights this time around. So nice correction there in her technique. She did get 1 red last time, but she walks away 6 for 6.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of the women's athletes who choose to utilize that sink technique, especially in these middle and lower weight classes. You might see a couple more as you move up to heavyweight on Sunday. But what works for the athlete is what works for the athlete.
That is a good lift. Platform 2, 3 white lights. And now for our final bench press attempt of this platform before we close out until deadlifts. Courtney Bedford, 82.5 kilos. Fortunately, a little bit too much for her on the day, but we'll see her back for the deadlift event.
And they'll dismantle that bench over there and set up for deadlift and start in about 10 minutes on platform 4. Maya, good fight there. Little bit one side at a time. Get some yellow cards from the side judges. No lift.
Kaylee Redwine, 82.5 kilos. Representing the University of Alabama, Roll Tide. She rolls with the Crimson Tide. That was a 3 white light lift. Briley up next, 82.5 kilos, opening attempt bench press, platform 2. This is a great third attempt on platform 1 for Madison. Gets 3 white lights of the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
Moves like nothing for Riley. Phenomenal bench press.
We hear the crowd roaring for Madison Garcia as our Midland lifter takes the platform on 2. And very fast openers for both Madison and Tessa, platforms 2 and 3 respectively. Meanwhile, we see Emma on platform 1 getting set up with 87.5 kilos.
Next on platform 3 is Haley Clayton. She's gonna go 122.5. This is just her opener. Something special about Haley is that she currently holds the American Collegiate bench record. She set that at Collegiate Nationals last year. I think she set it twice. I think she broke it twice at Collegiate Nationals last year on 2 separate lifts. Her current record is 125.5. So she's taking 122.5 here. I expect that for her second attempt, she will try and chip that American record, assuming this opener goes as planned.
Easy attempt for Haley.
Expect to watch for that record attempt at the end of that flight.
And like that, all of our ladies on platform 3 have successfully completed a successful bench press attempt, so we'll move on to second attempts.
Love to look on LiftingCast and just see the whole flight green all the way down the row.
And again, it's crucial for these girls to get at least one successful bench press or at least one successful lift in each discipline, as that secures their total. With all the girls on platform 3 getting a valid bench press attempt that just secures and further solidifies their total, so they can now comfortably push their second and third attempts without risk of necessarily bombing out, since they have completed an attempt.
$100-kilo opener for Jasmine on platform 2.
Great press for Abby on platform 3, 80 kilos. She gets 3 white lights.
Lily loses a little tension, I think, coming off the chest there. Misses that opener, but we'll look for her to come out and retake that.
Ava out of Pit Powerlifting platform 1.
Strong press. Should earn her, and it does. 3 white lights.
Madison Lewis, Jackson State University, platform 2. White lights all around. And it's nice to see over on platform 3 that these girls are having a much better success with the bench press attempt. The squat session was a bit rough for them, a lot of missed seconds and thirds. So hopefully a lot of these girls can clean it up on the bench press attempt, stack a little bit more kilos, and actually put up what they're capable of. Again, this is the stacked flight with the highest nominated totals coming in all in this flight. So your leaders are going to come in just a few moments.
Moving into the second attempts on platform 2.
A long hold there for Lizette Garza, 92.5 kilos again. Struggles to keep that bar motionless on the chest. So got that prolonged press command. We hear the crowd out of Midland University roaring for Alyssa, who's taking a 5 kilo jump, 95 kilos loaded on the bar. She went 1 for 3 in the squat event and is looking to make up some ground here in the bench press. And we're just under a minute underway until that first bar hits the ground for our deadlifts on platform 4. And Alyssa missed her second attempt again, similar to the squats again. It appeared to be some sort of strength issue just immediately coming off the chest. So maybe whether the travel might have affected the cut or some sort of outside variable, but the day is not looking well for her. Great second attempt for Rachel Savinsky on platform 2, 3 white lights, and platform 1 is a 3 white light lift as well. Guinevere taking a 2.5 kilo jump, just stacking on the kilos, 95 loaded on the bar, 209 pounds. Great opener for Phoebe, platform 1. Erin Brennan trying to take a stab at 97.5 kilos, 213 pounds. Meanwhile, Briley is getting very close to that 200-pound mark, 87.5 kilos. And again, like we mentioned earlier during the squatting event, because all 4 platforms are running independently, we're seeing sort of the pacing of these platforms sort of disperse significantly. We have platform 4 already deadlifting. Meanwhile, we still have some of the second attempt or third attempt bench presses going on for platforms 1, 2, and 3 respectively. So because of that, platform 4 lifters are going to be placed in a bit of a disadvantage since they are finishing up their meets and rounding out their deadlifts before any of the lifters in the other platforms even begin deadlifting. So they will finish off their meet and land a placement before they have a chance to defend those placements from all of the following lifters that are up ahead.
Good press for Madison on platform 2. moves well as well for Abby on platform 3. Nice 100-kilo bench press for her. Riley is going to take 102. She makes this. She matches her competition best. Slow with it, but a solid bench. Good lift, 2-1. Two more benchers have second attempts on platform 3. Sabrina with the 105. Gets to put that yellow plate on the outside. And up next, Kaylee Clayton is going to attempt national record of 128. It is currently her national record at 125.5, so she's looking to add 2.5 kilos to that. If she makes the 128, that's one, a national record, an insane bench, but two, the 128 would mean that the women's raw 65-kilo bench press record is greater than that of the 70, 75, 90, and equal to that of the 82.5 and the 100.
Wow. This is just shy of a 2 times body weight bench press. Again, she has that very soft touch on the chest, gets that fast press command, and a very smooth second attempt for Haley, and a new American record. So now we have 2 chips on the table for both weight classes. The 70 kilo, we saw chip being loaded for the squat events, and then over on the 65 kilo division, we now have a chip for the bench press events. So again, those chips come in very handily as we move into deadlifts, because when it comes down to jockeying for position and pulling for the win, if you have a chip advantage, your competitors cannot match you on total, since you can only take increment jumps of 2.5 kilos or more. So that being said, your opponents have to exceed you by at least whatever the next 2.5 kilo increment is. It puts you at a significant advantage, making your competitors have to pull a little bit more than what they need to in order to pull into the lead. Platform 2, take 112.5. This is 2.5 kilos under her competition personal best. Nice second attempt for Kelly. picks up an additional 12.5 kilos.
And that moves very easy. We wait to see what she will put in for her third. She just did 112.5. Her best is 115. The national record currently sits at 116 from Lily Young last year at Collegiate Nationals.
You got Lizette Garza retaking 92.5 kilos, representing UTSA Powerlifting. A big jump here from Madison Green, 17.5 kilos loaded for her second attempt. That was a 3 white light lift. Now the entire room is behind Alyssa. She has not had a great meet thus far. Let's see if she can begin to flip that around. 95 kilos now loaded on the bar. Again, she was successful in her opening attempt, jumped 5 kilos, missed it just off the chest. Let's see if she can redeem herself here now. 95 kilos, Alyssa out of Midland University. And she makes that look quite easy. 2-to-1, a good lift. And let's see if those tables start to turn for Alyssa as we move into deadlifts. Again, she is kind of from the outside looking in if she wants to land herself within the top 10, currently forecasted in that 15th place position.
That was a crazy, insane bench press.
And truly, I think it was the crowd getting behind her, all the Midland team, her teammates getting behind her, making noise for her. That really makes a difference. And that's one of the unique experiences here at Collegiate Nationals that we don't see anywhere else.
Yeah, as much as you're on the platform, quote unquote, by yourself, your teammates can help you lift the bar by shouting and encouraging you. And it's just, if you're nervous at all and you walk out there and you just hear your teammates and your friends and your family screaming, it distracts you a little bit, and you think less like I want to, or like you think less about failing the weight and thinking more about like, oh, my friends want to watch me make this.
Yeah. And there's also the belief in the mindset of each individual lifter kind of pulling their own weight for their team. I mean, this is a team competition, so they know that each point, each ranking that they elevate in landing yourself comparatively to top 10 versus a top 15th or bottom 20 position, that's really going to make a difference for the team scoring format as we get into days 2 and later 3 and 4, as well as our placements just continue updating as our divisions conclude. What a grind on platform 3. Jennifer Perez, 97.5 kilos. Referees say 2-to-1, a good lift. Way to come back after going 1 for 3 in the squat event to finish off 3 for 3 in bench. Alexis Camacho, 140 kilos, 308 pounds, second attempt deadlift, platform 4. Good attempt. Nice finish for Guinevere on platform 3, 97.5 kilos.
to fight from Sophie. And a good lift, 2-1. Good comeback. Riley Benz looking to break her comp best.
Nice pull on the second attempt for platform 4. 3 white lights. What a grind, platform 3. Riley Benz, 105 kilos, 2-1, good lift. A nice second for Kennedy from Pip Powerlifting, 147.5 kilos. Nice lift on 2 for one of our Midland lifters, Madison. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into our 3rd attempt deadlifts on platform 4. This platform is moving fast. This is the last lift for all of these ladies. This is what they've trained hard for. 135 kilos, Kelly McCart. If successful, this will provisionally move her into 3rd place. Again, we still have a lot of lifting left to go, but these ladies are going to try to put up the highest possible total they can and try to fend off the rest of the competitors as they continue on with the bench press and deadlifts. Nice and exciting 3 white light lift on platform 3. You got a retake of 95 kilos, platform 2. Fast 3rd attempt for the University of Oregon lifter. 2-1. Let's see how well Kaylee handles 209 pounds. Unfortunately, no lift, but still walks away with a 90 kilo bench press attempt.
Have 4 benches left on platform 2.
We got our first 300-pound deadlift on 4. Allison, 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds. Good attempt.
Excellent pull through the top there.
Again, sticking with it and staying patient is really going to be the key element in ensuring that your deadlifts are successful. I mean, it's a long way up, long way down. Pullers are either lifting conventional or sumo, so they have that option. The key indicator for a completed deadlift is those shoulders to be back and those knees to be fully locked with that lifter standing upright. Great lift, 3 white lights on platform 4.
130.5 on platform 3.
Oh my goodness, Haley Clayton, 130.5 kilos, referees say. And was there ever a doubt?
No. That was phenomenal. I want to be on the gym. I want to be in the gym with her when she does her 1 rep max. I want to know what it really is.
Again, to think about her benching over 2 times her body weight and almost scratching the surface of 300 pounds, that's just insane things to be doing in the 65 kilo weight class. And as we finish out the bench press events, that concludes all of the bench pressing done for our top lifters in the 65 kilo division. As it currently stands in the forecasted placings for the 65 kilo weight class, our top 3, we have Abby from Texas Tech University with a forecasted 440 kilo total. Up next, we have Sabina Rincon from South Puget Sound Community College with a forecasted 445 kilo total, just a 5 kilo spread between that, and Haley Clayton, who we just saw break another American record with a 460.5 kilo forecasted total. That is before they begin their deadlift. So we'll take a 10-minute break on platform 3, and we'll be back with you shortly.
All right, back to back with the American records attempts. 117.5 for Madison Lewis. Platform 2. Last bench attempt of the flight. And that's a clean bench press. She earns herself 3 white lights. Tries to walk off without even celebrating. And that'll wrap up the bench press for that platform. That last flight does have our leaders currently for the women's raw 70 kilo collegiate class. Current projected standings after the bench press has concluded for that top platform. Madison Lewis is projected first. Madison Garcia is projected second. And Julia Fonseca is projected third.
We have a greater, kind of more decisive lead in the 70 kilo weight class with Madison Lewis leading the pack by over 70 kilos in the spread between that. That's just an insane margin to be leading the forecasted placements with. But however, the 65 kilo weight class is a dogfight. We have, these forecasted placings are just within a few kilos of one another. So this podium and top 10 is really going to shake up as we progress into deadlifts shortly. Couldn't imagine what it's like winning by almost 70 kilos. That's just insane.
A girl can dream.
A tough third for Rainsmeyers, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Fortunately, no lift, but still walks away with 145 kilos added to her total.
I think we kind of beat the rack command there. Yeah. Up and down as well from various referees.
Kathleen taking her opening attempt deadlift, representing Pitt Powerlifting. Very easy opening deadlift and a phenomenal day thus far, going 7 for 7 now with a successful deadlift attempt.
Phoebe on platform 1, having a good day. 5 for 5 so far, looking to make it 6 for 6. She's going to take 90. Just 2.5 more than the 87.5 she made. Excellent bench press.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you all are wondering what's all that white stuff that's on these lifters' legs, that is not chalk, that is baby powder. So 2 different purposes for 2 different reasons. Chalk absorbs moisture in their hands, allows you to firmly grip that bar, preventing slippage. However, baby powder actually promotes that bar sliding up your legs. So when you apply baby powder on your legs, that provides a smooth surface and reduces the friction created from that bar riding up your legs. And a good grind on platform 1. Unfortunately, a no lift. Some technical calls there. Some up and down movement possibly.
Talking about the baby powder, if you've ever been in the back at a powerlifting room, powerlifters will baby powder their legs and then go chalk their hands, and they hold them kind of out in the air in front of you because you do not want to get that on your hands because you don't want to drop the bar.
I had a lifter one time just apply chalk in their thighs and went out and take their opener. I was wondering why it was so hard, but then they told me it was actually chalk that they put in their thighs. Learning experience, for sure. And again, upon completion of their first deadlift or a deadlift, that solidifies all of these ladies' totals. So now if you look on liftingcast.com/meets and click on the meet for today, day 2, you can actually see the forecasted rankings. Their placement right now after they have finished their deadlift only includes the people who have already been deadlifting. So that currently is just platform 4 as it stands. So as platforms 1, 2, and 3 begin their deadlifts, that'll just further update the placements and make things a little bit more accurately to reflect the actual placements rather than just the forecasted.
All right, 1 bench press remains for this session. It will be taken by Honora. She will be lifting 97.5 kilos.
Representing the United States Military Academy.
Not quite there. That wraps up bench on platform, all of the platforms, and soon enough everybody will be on deadlift. We are well on our way on deadlift on platform 4. Openers for the second flight of lifters over there. We are a minute out from starting on platform 3, and on platform 2 we're about 4 minutes out.
Got Lauren Masters, 132.5 kilos in the opening attempt. Representing the Rochester Institute of Technology. Nice attempt there for Lauren. And she gets 3 white lights. And we're just about getting started on our opening deadlift attempts on platform 3. So again, our platforms 3 and 4 consist of the 65 women's raw collegiate division. So once platform 4 concludes, as we're rounding out the opening attempts, we will have and leave it all the way up to platform 3 to decide who the champion will be for this division.
Platform 3 is ready to get started. Bar is loaded for Ella. Fires.
I think we were just having some issues with the overlay there. I think that's Isabella coming up now. That's a good lift. Platform 4 from Natalie Saker. I think we're just getting the order correctly here on platform 3.
And we are back on platform 2. A couple minutes left on that, or a couple seconds left on that time clock.
Very fast opening attempt for Jaslyn. 140 kilos, platform 3. That was Logan on 3. That was a 3 white light lift. Up next we have Mally, 140 kilos. Representing Penn State University. Good lift for Courtney out of Auburn. Kathleen taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Her opener moved very well. So I expect this to move no different. And there it is. I believe she's getting 3 white lights.
Saw Erin kind of walk onto the platform there and kind of wipe her feet on the carpet. The floor in the back room is so slippery because all of the baby powder is everywhere. So these lifters, especially those who lift sumo, want to make sure that there's none on their shoes so they don't slide when they lift.
Again, even though we have specialized baby powder application areas here in the warm-up room, I mean, as soon as the athletes step off the tarp, that baby powder can get pretty much everywhere. So good practice to wipe down your feet. Maria Nguyen, platform 3, 145 kilos, and that was a good lift on platform 2, 3 white lights. Both good lifts on platforms 3 and 4 respectively. Good lift for Brittany Fan, platform 4. And a nice lift as well for Lizzie Welch on 3. Speedy opener for our Davenport lifter, Haley on 2.
Still about 3 minutes out from starting on platform 1.
Again, 0 missed second attempts here, or opening attempts thus far. Platform 4, these ladies are doing a really good job in executing. They put on a clinic on the bench press as well. 0 missed openers or second attempt for this second flight on platform 4. So they really know how to execute their lifts. Again, it's a really good sign when you're on LiftingCast and seeing how much green there is on the board. That's a no lift on platform 3, 4. here, our DJ just turned up the music as our platforms are just all getting ready to start. We're just about a minute out from platform 1 kicking off their opening deadlift. Very common phrase in powerlifting is that the meet doesn't start till the bar hits the floor. So once all 4 platforms start lifting and start pulling, it's going to get very, very loud in here. Again, 2 platforms, 2 weight classes, 2 champions.
And you can see on platform 1 that head ref stood up and went and said something to the spotters and loaders, and when she went and sat back down, you could see her put her mic back on because referee's got to be mic'd because it's going to be loud.
So loud in here, yeah. Oh, what a speedy opener for Taylor Edwards, 170 kilos. Huge opener there that gets 3 white lights. And like that, we are back to our second attempt deadlifts, platform 3, first flight. Meanwhile, our platform 4 are starting their 3rd attempt deadlifts. Again, both platforms 3 and 4 are lifting in the same weight class, same divisions here.
All right, and with that, Maya's deadlift at 115. According to Kevin, the meet has officially started because we have had a deadlift on all 4 platforms. Good lift there for our second attempt on platform 2 for Talissa.
Oh, and what a tough fight here at platform 4. Esther locks it out with 142.5, breaking over that 314-pound mark, and she gets 3 white lights. Again, just very, very good execution here. You can't complain with seeing this much green on platform 4.
Glued down for Ariane.
Got a retake of a second attempt weight for Carrington Noble. out of Mississippi State University.
Had a miss for Lindsay on platform 1. What happened there is when she pulled it up to the top, once she locked it out, she just kind of leaned forward and lost her balance a little bit, and that caused some of that up and down motion.
Again, the barbell can only travel in one direction at a time. As that bar ascends and is getting pulled to lockout, that bar must only come up. If it dips back down, that will be a no lift. Lauren Masters retaking her second attempt weight, 145 kilos. Great attempt there for Rachel on platform 2. Picks up an additional 12.5 kilos. And likewise on platform 4, Erin gets 3 white lights, both on 2 and 4 respectively. Alexis looking to open up with 132.5 kilos. That is a good attempt as well, platform 3. Solid opener on 1. Solid third on 4. 3 white lights.
Good from Adeline as well on platform 2.
Got the LSU Tigers in the house. Platform 3, Maria Nguyen, 152.5 kilos.
Yeah, LSU is actually a good powerlifting school, and on top of that, we're in Louisiana, so they are coming here with some extra fighting forces here.
And fight indeed. Maria Nguyen with a tough second attempt, but locks it out and gets a 3 white light lift.
Yeah, probably in front of all of her friends and family too, so feels good.
Fast opener for Madison on platform 1. What an easy third for Alyssa on 4. 150 kilos like nothing. We got about 5 lifts left for platform 4 before we conclude the entirety of that platform. Abigail Morris, 150 kilos, 330 pounds for her third and final deadlift. And a slow ascend off the floor, a very, very sticky getting it off the ground, but locks it out and gets 3 white lights. Wow, talk about patience on that lift. Great job for Abigail.
Good for Micah on platform 2, 3 white lights. She went up even though she missed her opener, but she was rewarded for that risk.
to our last 2 deadlifts on platform 4. Angelin Falcon taking a 7.5 kilo jump. Very strong grind here on Margaret. Can she lock it out? Gets those shoulders back. Got a down command. What do the referees say? 3 white lights.
Good for her.
And we're about to close out platform 4, our final lifter for this platform before we join you guys back for session 2. Natalie Saker, 180 kilos. Opportunity here to go 8 for 9 and close out her platform. A tough lockout here with Natalie Saker. Locks it out, gets a down command. What was their downward motion? Let's wait for the referees to call it. Yeah, and those blue cards indicated there was some downward motion on the bar, so unfortunately that'll be a no lift. And like that, ladies and gentlemen, that closes out platform 4 on our deadlifts. We will see you all back for session 2. However, we are still lifting here on platform 3, which we'll see here in the full screen view. Got 3 white lights at platform 2, and our last second attempt deadlift on the flight A, platform 3. Taylor Edwards, 180 kilos, just shy of a 400-pound pull. Easy second for Maya Quinones on platform 1.
And that 180 flew on platform 3 for Taylor.
And based off of the forecasted placements, Taylor Edwards is one of the lifters who currently off of forecasted is slotted in the 9th place position in the 65 kilo division. Even though she is in a lower seated flight than the flight B lifters, she is managing and holding her ground with all those lifters. Again, she's only missed 1 bench press attempt and is putting up a really good performance along with Gabriel Edward from Texas State University, all also in that 412.5 kilo range. Let's see if the referees call downward motion on this platform 3 lift. And they do, unfortunately. That is a no lift for
Lindsay up on platform 1. I think she pulled her opener just a little bit too fast. So she'll go out there and retake it. Good for Talissa on 2. Talissa went 9 for 9 today.
Priscilla Zamora, 155 kilo, 7.5 kilo jump. Third and final deadlift, our LSU Tiger, Maria Nguyen, taking the same weight on platform 3. Talk about patience off the floor. Oh, can she get it past the knees? Unfortunately, kind of ran out of gas off of that second attempt, but still a valiant effort for Maria Nguyen. Fortunately, that is a no lift from platforms 2 and 3. Annabelle, 160 kilos, 352 pounds, third and final deadlift. Great pull there for Annabelle. Gets that down command, and referees say waiting on those lights, but she gets 3 white lights, and Annabelle goes 9 for 9 at Collegiate Nationals. Taking the same weight, Milena, 160 kilos.
That was an excellent pull from Milena. Slow and steady.
Great lockout for Jesselyn. Let's see what the referees say on her third and final deadlift. 3 white lights. And again, like we keep reiterating, the lifters in this flight are trying to put up the highest possible total they can to fend off the lifters in the flight right after them. So every single kilo added to the total is super, super important.
As well on platform 2, same kind of situation. We have this flight of 70s of lifting before the top flight, which is the next flight on platform 2. And these lifters are really looking to try and pull into a total where they are going to try and place themselves in the top 25 so that they can score for their teams.
Talking about how important these lifts are, Lizzie looking to go up an additional 5 kilos after missing that second attempt. Let's see if she can end with 162.5 or fall all the way back to 152.5. And she makes that adjustment to correct whatever she missed that second on, and she gets 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was a good pull. Way to come back.
Yeah, again, good call from the coaching staff in going up that additional 5 kilos. She definitely had it in her.
the floor for Rhea. Quicker at lockout, let's see. Good.
Good lift. Angeline.
Phenomenal from Micah.
Miss Falcon here, 175 kilos, 3 reds loaded on the bar for a lifter out of UTSA. It's up. Gets past those knees. Can she lock it out? Unfortunately, it looks like it just gets stuck there. Still a great attempt for Angeline. Trinity 172.5, third attempt deadlift. University of Colorado. Nice down command there. She gets 2-to-1, a good lift. Crowd's getting behind our lifter Monroe out of Davenport University. Huge pull for our women's raw team there. Davenport always coming in strong, 2-to-1, good lift. Now we got Sophia on platform 3 going for a massive 402-pound deadlift, cracking over that 400-pound mark. Can Sophia make it happen?
Yeah, and we just saw Nevaeh on 1 make 172.5. You'll note that she's deadlifting last and she benched first in her flight. She is a deadlift specialist through and through to the heart.
Down command for Sophia. She gets 2-to-1, a no lift. Yeah, this is where our deadlift specialists are going to shine and really start to pull themselves into those nice positions.
Last deadlift in this first flight on platform 2, Kendra, 400 pounds. Makes it look easy. Okay. And we are on third attempt pulls for this first flight on platform 1. The bar is loaded for Elena Tiber on platform 2.
I'm dying from that celebration on platform 3. That's a good lift for Gabrielle. And now we have a 195 kilo final deadlift attempt for Taylor Edwards. And I just want to talk a little bit about the significance in the performance of both Gabrielle and Taylor. They lifted in the lower seated flight, Flight A, for this 65 women's raw division. However, they are both slotted in the forecasted placements in the top 10, Gabrielle in 8th, and Taylor in 10th. So that says a lot about the progress they've made from their nominated total to what they were able to put together here at Collegiate Nationals. But now as we transition over to Flight B, Platform 3 will have our winner being decided here. It is a tough battle with our top 3 currently being Haley Clayton, Sabina Rincon, and Abby out of Texas Tech University. It is a tight race for all these ladies, so we're excited to see how these placements shake up.
Yeah, and on Platform 2, we have moved to that top flight again, where our winner from the Women's Raw Collegiate 70 kilo division will be decided. Currently, the total to beat was set by Kendra Borland from the first flight. She has a 440 total. Currently, she's forecasted in 3rd, so we'll see if she's able to hold that up and maybe get a medal still from that second flight. She was seeded 20th coming into Nationals, so crazy improvement there, but there's also a whole flight of lifters left to go, and these seedings are based off of her 3rd attempt and their openers. So there's a lot of room for this second flight. It's so much of an advantage to go second, but they earned that by having a higher qualifying total, so we'll have to wait and see.
Again, Kendra's going to be watching from the stands as she sees how she can defend her bronze medal from everybody else. We hear the Midland lifters going crazy and going loud for Alyssa, 150 kilos opening deadlift attempt, Platform 3. Smooth opener there for Alyssa. She's going to get 3 white lights. Sarah Adams, our lifter out of Davenport University, currently forecasted in 4th, taking her opening attempt now. Easy attempt for Sarah on 3, and Briley with a nice opener on Platform 2. One of our lifters from McKendree sitting currently outside in the top 10, looking to crack into that if she has a really good session.
Third attempt for Isabella, 147.5. Well done.
Yeah, unfortunately, that'll be a no lift on Platform 3. She had a bit of a bobble at the top of the lift, so that'll get called for downward motion, indicated by the blue cards right below the red light. 3 white lights, platform 3. What a grind here at platform 1. Unfortunately, just a little too much for Sydney. Now Sabina taking her opening attempt. Currently our second place finisher on the forecasted placings. Looking to threaten Haley Clayton, but also having to watch her back from Sarah Adams and Abby and a few of the other ladies who are also within striking distance of her current silver medal. But with that speed of that opener, Sabina's having a great day thus far. Very, very convincingly easy opener for Haley Clayton. It looked like a warm-up taken on the platform.
Good fight for Madison on 1. Good lift and a good third attempt for her. You saw she kind of went around and I think shook the hands of all the judges, thanked them for their time.
Good lift, platform 3. And again, yeah, our referees have to be here for all 11 sessions for Collegiate Nationals. They swap us in and out, but still, it's a very long weekend ahead of us. Nice opener for Isabella. £400 opener for Madison Garcia, Midland University. We got the Warriors in the house. That was a warm-up. Coy Watson, platform 3, 172.5, 3 white lights. And now for our final opening attempt on platform 3, Aaron Brennan, 175, 3 reds going on the bar. Platforms 2 and 3 running at similar pace. We have both of our last opening deadlifts for the flight coming up on screen. That's a good lift on platform 3 and a good lift on platform 2.
And I believe that lift on platform 2 gave her the total record. Great lift on platform 3. Riley Bentz out of Concordia University, 3 white lights.
And we're starting to hear the Midland roar again. Alyssa, 157.5 kilos. Let's see if she can begin to turn her meet around. Going 1 for 3 on both squat and bench press, or 2 for 3 on bench press. Let's see if she can finish out strong. Second attempt deadlift, 157.5. Solid second attempt deadlift for Alyssa. Midland University. Julissa on platform 2, your current forecasted third place finisher out of the University of Houston. Solid second by Abby White, platform 3. A shaky second on 2 for Julissa. Gets the down command, and what do the referees say? 3 white lights, good lift. Whenever you're taking a 2.5 kilo jump after missing that opening attempt, trying to go for 160 kilos.
Safe 2.5 kilo jump. Good lift.
Yep. And just talking about how close the 65 are within breaking into the top 5. If we look at the top 8 here, well, in 8th place we have Gabrielle, and going all the way down to 13th place, they're only spread by 2.5 kilos. We have 412, 412, 412, 410, 410, 410. I mean, that is a separation of body weight, ladies and gentlemen, that these ladies are competing against each other. And these are team scoring points. These are valuable points that these ladies are going to be jockeying for position and trying to put up the best possible total they can while beating other people by 2.5 kilo margins.
Every single one of these ladies on platform 2 already has or is projected over a 400 kilo total in this women's 70 kilo division.
Kaylee out of Alabama, 167.5. Nice lockout, gets that down command, and our referees give her those 3 white lights.
Platform 1 had to toss her headphones off to the side. You're not allowed to lift with the earbuds on the platform.
Riley picks up 10 kilos to her total. Meanwhile, Sabina, your second place forecasted finisher here, currently tied with a 455 kilo total with Abby in 3rd place, only separated by body weight. Let's see how this first go at 170 works out for Sabina. Bit sticky on the lockout, fast off the floor. She gets 2-1. Similarly here in Marla, platform 2, fast off the floor, a bit stickier of a walkout, gets also 2-1. Meanwhile, a very, very fast opener for Caroline on platform 1. Sabina called. Let's see how Abby responds. 175 is now loaded for her. A 15-kilo jump. Again, Sabina and Abby are currently tied on forecasted placement. If Abby is successful with this lift, they'll be both tied at a 455-kilo total.
That moves like money.
Wow. A 15-kilo jump moved like an opener. Again, Sabina's going to have her work cut out for her if she wants to stay ahead of Abby. We saw Sabina put in a 10-kilo jump and is currently slotted with a 465-kilo total. We're awaiting to see what Abby puts in for her third.
Yeah, that might be one of those situations where we might see a third attempt deadlift change if one of them misses or makes an attempt.
Absolutely, and Abby does have that advantage. Not only did her second attempt move a little bit better than Sabina's, but she does have that deadlift advantage as she knows she will have to pull after Sabina, knowing whether she makes her third or not.
Yeah, I think if Sabina misses her lift, Abby might just take the 2.5 to move back into third. Or to second, to move back into second.
Abby cannot tie Sabina on body weight as Sabina is the lighter lifter, so Abby is forced to exceed Sabina's total by at least 2.5 kilos.
Good lift for Isabella on 3. $15-kilo jump to get Haley Clayton up to 180 for her second attempt deadlift.
We're not going to rule Haley as the winner now. She does need to execute this lift, but she is currently sitting in that lead and is going to further extend that lead if she is successful with this lift. Again, this is a big jump though, 15 kilos. Let's see how Haley handles this.
Quite convincingly.
Yeah. And kind of solidifying herself in that first place position. She's currently over 20 kilos, 20.5 kilos over Sabina. So it doesn't look like Sabina will be trying to take that lead, but rather trying to fend off Abby as she's currently tied with her with a 455 kilo total, just separated by about a kilo of body weight. Great 407-pound pull by Coy on platform 3. And also a good lift on platform 2.
Yeah, and that 192 put in by Haley for her third attempt, if she makes that, that would give her a total national record. It's already hers, but she'd add to it.
Madison Garcia, your lifter, slotted in that second place position out of Midland University. Smooth second attempt. Referees say that is a 3 white lights. Good lift. Let's just talk about this lead Madison Lewis has over the rest of the pack in her division. I mean, she, if successful with this lift, she will have a 525.5 kilo total. putting on a clinic here at Collegiate Nationals. Bar is loaded for her on platform 2. We got Jennifer Perez, 152.5, platform 3, third attempt deadlift. Now waiting on that call in the referee's platform 3, whether they saw downward motion. And they did, unfortunately, a no lift. Madison Lewis, 446 pounds. Oh my goodness, Madison Lewis put on some weight on the bar.
Riley stepping up to 160, pulls her provisionally into the top 10, into 9th. That's a good pull.
Some good points for Concordia University, 3 white lights. And what a recovery there for Briley, going 1 for 3 in the squats, but then going 3 for 3 on both bench and deadlifts respectively. Talk about a comeback meet there. Jasmine Perez, your current forecasted 4th place holder. She's currently walking away with the medal. If successful with this lift, it will put her at a 445 kilo total. However, plenty of deadlifts left to go. And like that, Jasmine has provisionally pulled herself into that bronze medal position. But now we got Julia Fonseca looking to swap that again, moving herself from 4th into Jasmine's bronze medal that she just pulled for.
Platforms 2 and 3 are on medal pulls for our top flights.
Now Alyssa out of Midland University coming up next, 167.5, taking a 10 kilo jump, looking to move herself into 15th place. Again, trying to show off for those Midland University Warriors. Alyssa, platform 3. Unfortunately, this is not her day, but we'll see her back next year. Julia Fonseca is now in your bronze medal position, 3 white lights. So that bumped Jasmine back down to 4th place. And as it currently stands, Julia Fonseca is your 3rd place bronze medal finisher. Moving over to platform 3, Sarah Adams looking to move herself from 4th to 5th place position, 167.5. Sarah Adams has a bobble at the top. Let's see if the referees called it for any downward motion. 2 to 1, good lift, and it doesn't get any better than that.
Sometimes as an athlete, it feels a little bit better when your last pull is kind of hard, because sometimes when you make your last pull and it's easy, you're kind of like, man, I should have did more.
Yeah, absolutely. Lifters out of UTSA looking to break into the top 10. Lizette Garza. Can she finish in that top 10? Moving herself into 8th place with this pull. Yeah, unfortunately, that'll be a no lift. Got some downward motion there on the way up, so that'll be 3 reds, blue cards.
Pull to move into the top 10 on platform 3. Taking 170. She missed her opener. So she should be able to get this, because this is basically a 2nd attempt for her. Yeah.
And our Naval Academy lifter, Guinevere, moves into that top 10, currently now in 8th place. Again, with a roster this deep, with over 50 ladies competing in the 65 women's raw division, landing yourself within the top 10 is an incredible feat on its own.
Yeah, it's hard to get to nationals. It's even harder to place well at nationals.
And Kaylee out of the University of Alabama just gets stuck at the knees there with 175. Now, critical lift here for Sabina on platform 3. She needs 180 kilos to further extend that lead in that second place position. As you recall, she's currently tied in total with Abby. So if she pulls this, she will have to force Abby's hand to pull an additional 2.5 kilos than what she currently has put in at 185 in order to beat her and try to swap her bronze to silver. However, if Sabina misses this lift, Abby only needs 2.5 kilos more than her second attempt to pull into that silver medal position. And Sabina answers the call. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights.
Expect to see, and you see it on there. They're saying there's an attempt change in progress. You can see it on the screen.
Abby will move her third deadlift attempt from 185, which will tie her total. However, she cannot tie her total. She must exceed Sabina's total since Abby is the heavier lifter. We saw that attempt change go on screens, and our spotters and loaders go into action.
They add the extra 2.5 kilos on the bar. Can Abby pull herself into silver medal position?
Meanwhile, platform 2, we got a pull for 5th place for Marla out of Davenport University. Can she walk away with the medal?
Slow at the top, but we lock it out.
And Marla walks away with the medal in 5th place at Collegiate Nationals. Abby, for that silver medal, locks it out very easily. And that is your silver medal pull on platform 3.
Olivia on 3 is looking to move into medals. She's currently in 6th. This pull will pull her into 4th for now.
This will knock both Sarah Adams and Erin Brennan down 1 placement from 4th and 5th, respectively.
Not quite there. Both platforms 2 and 3 are looking to just move up a couple spots, maybe get an extra point for their team right now with their polls. That looks good for Brianna.
And Brianna, I believe she just moved into 7th place. We got a big Hail Mary pull here. Lily Rubberstein from the University of Florida, currently sitting in 9th place. If successful with this lift, this will put her all the way up to 5th place in trying to score a medal. This just goes to show how deeply stacked the 70 kilo division is.
She got called for up and down motion on her last attempt. She needs to pull 187 and she needs to pull it clean.
And again, took a 7.5 kilo jump after that missed second attempt. For a medal, Lily.
Lock it out. No.
Now we got a pull for 3rd place here, provisionally. 4th place, Erin Brennan at 192.5.
That was incredibly fast for a third deadlift attempt.
And just like that, our podium has been solidified here in the 65 women's raw division. However, we do have a few more deadlifts left to go. Haley Clayton, your champion, is attempting 192.5 kilos for a third and final deadlift.
Crazy lockout fight for Marianne.
What an incredible fight there. 3 white lights for our lift out of McKendree University. And over on platform 3, that is a no lift. However, Haley Clayton still walks away your champion with a 475.5 kilo total. We got one more deadlift left to go on platform 3 in the women's raw 65 collegiate division. Coy Watson out of the University of Alabama, 195 kilos.
On the bar for Carey. No.
Tough grind, platform 3. What do the referees say? Oh, unfortunately, that is a no lift with blue cards.
Platform 3 and 4, we had our athletes from the women's raw collegiate 65 kilo weight class. With our final results in over there, Haley Clayton, first place national champion, Abby Kukendall in second, Sabrina Rector-Rincon in third, Erin Brennan in fourth, and Sarah Adams rounding out the medals.
As we just saw, that was a good lift on platform 2. And now we have pretty solidly solidified what the podium placements are going to look like in the 75 kilo division, though we do have more lifting left to go on platform 1 on the lower seated flights. However, a bit of a victory lap here. Madison Lewis, 207.5 kilos for the 9 for 9 lift.
Looking to pull 207 kilos.
And talk about the performance that Madison Lewis just put up. She just scored a 544 dot score at Collegiate Nationals and ending up with a 530 kilo total. Like that, though, we do have lifting going on platform 1. We do have our projected finishers here on the women's raw collegiate 70 kilo division. The first place goes to Madison Lewis. Then we got Madison Garcia in that second place and Julia Fonseca in that third place. Again, we do have lifting going on in that same division over on platform 1. However, these ladies are currently forecasted within the lower of the seeds for this weight class. So we won't quite